Dhammapada. The Buddha's Path of Wisdom. Chapter 1. The Pairs. All states arising have mind for their causing, mind for their master, of mind art the offspring. He who with foul mind speaks or does action, him pain pursues as the wheel dogs the ox hoof. All states arising have mind for their causing, mind for their master, of mind are the offspring. He who with pure mind speaks or does action, him bliss pursues, to him clings like his shadow. This man abused me. He beat me and conquered and plundered. Cherishing in such thoughts, never appeased is the hatred of such men. This man abused me, he beat me and conquered and plundered. Not having such thoughts quickly appeased is the hatred of such men. Never by hatred is hatred appeased. Nay, but by kindness, that's the old-time norm. Others don't grasp this. We men are mortals. Men who can grasp this soon end their quarrels. Looking for fair sights, unchecked in his senses, in food uncontrolled, slack, inert. Without vigor, death overwhelms him, as winds uproot weak trees. He who lives sense-restrained, heedless of fair sights, who in food keeps the mean, is trusty and sturdy. Death cannot shake him, winds cannot move mountains. Without doffing his faults, who would don the monk's yellow, void of truth and of training, deserves not the monk's robe. If he doff all his faults and be versed in the virtues, in the training and truth firm, he merits the monk's robe. In the false seeing truth, and in truth seeing falsehood. Men touch not the truth, but are fed on illusion. But in truth, seeing truth and falsehood in falsehood, men touch the truth ever, feeding on right thoughts. As the rain through the roof of a house that is ill-thatched. Lust leaks through the mind not composed by the training, as rain never leaks through the roof that is well thatched. So through the mind well-trained lust leaketh never. Here he grieves and grieves hereafter. Doubly grieves the evildoer. Grieves and suffers anguish when he sees the foulness of his deeds. Happy here, he's happy after. Doing good, he's doubly glad. Glad, exceeding happy, when he sees the pureness of his deeds. Here he suffers after. Doubly suffer evildoers. Thoughts of ill deeds torture, much more torture when they enter hell. He rejoices here and after. Doing good, he's doubly glad. Thoughts of good deeds comfort, much more comfort when they enter heaven. Though reciting many verses, if they do not what they preach, sluggards, counting others cattle, cannot share the brotherhood. practicing the norm he preaches, though he utter verses few. Quit of anger, lust and folly, truly wise with thoughts set free, caring not for this or that world, he hath part in brotherhood. Chapter 2. Heedfulness. Heedfulness leads to the deathless. Heedlessness leads unto death. Heedful men live on forever. They who heed not are as dead. Knowing this full surely, wise men take delight in heedfulness. Heedfully they range with joy the pastures of the worthy ones. Meditative, persevering, ever with strong might endowed. Wise men reach the blissful haven, reach security supreme. Heedful men's good name increaseth, if they strive with mind subdued. Pure indeed, with thoughts well guarded, well controlled of lawful lives, let the wise man striving, heedful, well controlled and temperate, make himself an island which the flood shall never sweep away. Heedlessness the foolish follow. Men of small intelligence, as the best of treasures, wise men guard the prize of heedfulness. Cleave not thou to heedlessness. Cleave not thou to passion's snares. Strenuous and meditative, wisdom winneth widespread bliss. Lo, the sage that drives away the cloud of sloth by heedfulness. Climbing up the heights of wisdom, sorrowless looks down upon all the miserable beings as a hillman on the plains. Strenuous amid the heedless, mid the sleepers wide awake, as a racer beats the weak jade, so the wise outstrips the fools. Madhava by heedfulness attained the kingship of the gods. Heedfulness is praised forever. Heedlessness is ever blamed. Monks whom heedfulness delighteth, seeing fear in heedlessness. As the fire blazeth onwards, burn their fetters great and small. Monks whom heedfulness delighteth, seeing fear in heedlessness, cannot fall into destruction. They are near Nibbana's shore. Chapter 3. The Mind. The fugitive, flickering mind, hard to guard and hard to bind. The wise men train as they choose. As a fletcher fashions a shaft to his use, like a fish flung out on the bank, drawn from its watery home in a tank, flutters this fugitive mind, to leave the realm of Mara behind, impalpable, hard to seize, eagerly rushing wherever it please. Good is the taming of mind. A mind well tamed is a treasure to find, invisible, subtle indeed, eagerly rushing its passions to feed. Let the wise man guard this mind. A guarded mind is a treasure to find, wandering, dwelling apart, bodiless there in the cave of the heart. They who subdue this mind leave all the fetters of Mara behind. If he know not the doctrine pure, if he waver in faith and be not sure, if his mind be not strong-willed, the cup of his wisdom is never fulfilled. If his mind be free from desire, if his thought be free from anger's fire, if evil and good he forsake, there is no fear in the man that's awake. Body's a vessel of clay. Mind must be made like a fort, if he say, let him give battle to Mara arrayed in the weapons of wisdom, unafraid. Let him conquer and guard him, and passionless stay. Soon, soon on the earth will this body lie, a thing of no worth, neglected, void of the 6 workings of sense, a mere bundle of sticks. Whatever the ill that a foe doth a foe, whatever the grudge he may owe, greater by far will he find the ill that is done by an ill-trained mind. Nay, not a father or mother could do so much, not a kinsman or other. Greater by far will he find the good that is done by a well-trained mind. Chapter 4. Flowers. Who shall discern this earth aright, and the realm of death and the world of light? Who shall choose out the way of righteousness well displayed, as a skilled hand chooseth a flower gay? The disciple discerneth this earth aright, and the realm of death and the world of light. The disciple chooseth the way of righteousness well displayed, as a skilled hand chooseth a flower gay. Seeing this body as like unto foam, elusive by insight of wisdom alone, scattering death's flower-tipped shafts, he shall pass to a realm where death is unknown, culling life's blossoms here and there, with his mind entangled by pleasure's delay. Death comes and carries him off, as a flood sweeps a slumbering village away, culling life's blossoms here and there, with his mind entangled by pleasure's delay, insatiate in desire. Death makes him his bondsman and takes him away, as a bee on the wing flits from flower to flower, not harming the scent or the blossom's hue, and is gone taking only the taste. Let the sage his way through the village pursue, not with other men's faults and other men's failings, nor the things they have done, nor the things left undone. Should the wise man be concerned, let him look to his own things done and undone. Fair is the flower with its hue and its color, but if it lack odor, its beauty is hollow. So fair are the words well spoken, but how empty the words which deeds do not follow. Fair is the flower with its hue and its color, but if it have odor, its beauty's not hollow. So fair are the words well spoken. Well spoken indeed are the words which deeds follow, as one from a heap of gathered flowers makes many a garland, many a crown. So by a mortal being many a seed of good may be sown. The odor of flowers cannot prevail 'gainst the wind, nor of sandal and tagara fair. 'Gainst the wind goes the odor of saints. The odor of saints goeth everywhere. Sweet is the sandal, and sweet is the tagara. And sweet of the lily the odor faint, but of all sweet-savored things, sweetest by far is the scent of the saint. How small a thing is the odor of wood, of the sandal or jasmine. How poor is their scent! Yet the odor of saints prevails, e'en mongst the gods most excellent. Men who live righteously, men who live heedfully, perfect in wisdom, rebirth have transcended. Though he search for the prints of their feet, death cannot find them. Their journey is ended, on a heap of dung by the high road hurled, as a lily may bloom and grow, delighting the mind with its fragrance pure, so, lit by the wisdom of those who know, mid those who on the dunghill grow, a disciple shines out in the darkened world. Chapter 5. Fools. Long is the night to him that is waking. Long is a league to the traveler worn. Long is the coil of births for fools that know not the truth of the norm. If one find not a comrade to join him in travel, either like unto self or better than self, it is safer to push on alone. What fellowship can there be with a fool? I am father of sons. I am owner of wealth. Thinks the fool in his folly, and thereat is troubled. He himself is not owner of self, much less is he owner of sons and of wealth. Wise indeed is he that knoweth his folly. Fool indeed is the fool that thinks himself wise, though a fool in his folly sit all his life long. By the side of a wise man he never gets wiser, for he knows not the norm and its worth, as the spoon never knoweth the taste of the broth. But a wise man that sits by the wise but a minute quickly learns of the norm and its worth, as the tongue quickly savors the taste of the broth. Fools fare up and down with themselves for their foe, and work evil deeds whose fruit will be bitter. Ill done is the deed that brings sorrow in doing, whose fruit they will meet with tears and annoy. Well done is the deed that brings pleasure in doing, whose fruit they will welcome with gladness and joy. Oh, how sweet, thinks the fool, ere his wicked deed ripens. When his wicked deed ripens, he knows what is sorrow. Though month after month with the blade of a sword grass the fool eats his rice grain by grain, not 1/4 of a quarter of good doth he gain, such as those who are stablished in Dhamma obtain. Now an ill deed, like milk, doth not change into curds, but it burneth the fool, a live coal 'neath the ashes. Since his knowledge is born to a fool all in vain, his good luck is lost to him wholly. On his own head it falls. He is crushed by his folly. If a fool long for credit that is not his due, chief seats in the monk's hall respect from the order, and worship from laymen desiring. Let the monks and the laymen my deeds hold in honor, and in all things obey me, whate'er I may will. If such be the thoughts of the fool, his pride and his longing increase in him still. Success here is one thing, nibbana another. When a monk, the Buddha's disciple, is sure of this truth, he delights not in honor, eschews the ways of the world and lives a recluse. Chapter 6. The Wise. If thou see a man of wisdom, like a guide to treasure trove, pointing out thy faults and failings, follow him. Such company brings prosperity, not woe. He who gives advice and teaching, and restrains thy feet from wrong, by the righteous is beloved, but the wicked love him not. Have no fellowship with evil, make no friends among the vile. Make the virtuous thy companions, follow thou the perfect men. They who drink the good norm's nectar live in bliss with tranquil mind. In the norm by saints expounded, wise men ever take delight. Irrigators guide the waters, fletchers straighten out the shaft, carpenters unwarp the timber, but the wise subdue themselves. As the solid rock forever rests unshaken by the wind, wise men rest unwavering, troubled not by praise or blame, as a deep, clear pool of water lies unruffled by the wind. To the good norm listening, wise men reach tranquility. When the good men go about, sensual babble is not theirs. They, when touched by pain or pleasure, show a calm, untroubled face. Not for self and not for others do they long for sons or wealth, not for rule nor by injustice. Self-advancement to attain, righteous, wise, and just are they. Few are they among us mortals who have reached the further shore over yonder, but we others on this side fare up and down. They who hold fast to the teaching of the norm expounded well, they shall reach the shore and pass the realm of death so hard to cross, giving up the state of darkness. Let the wise embrace the pure, giving up home for the homeless, loneliness where joys are rare. Let him long for bliss unbounded, casting all desire aside, owning naught, and firm in wisdom, cleanse his heart from passion's stain. They whose mind is rightly tempered, in the wisdom's 7 ways, who have left desire behind them, void of clinging, they rejoicing, passionless, and all resplendent, even in this world are freed. Chapter 7. The ARAHAT, the Worthy. He for whom life's journey's over, free from sorrow, free from pain, who has all the knots unfastened, suffering knows not again. Household life for them no joys hath. Striving and intent in mind, as the swan deserts the marshes, every home they leave behind. They who gather up no treasure, feeding on the food that's known. They who range in mind the void, the unconditioned, formless space, as the bird's path in the ether, so their ways are hard to trace. They whose taints are all evanished, independent of support, they who range in mind the void, the unconditioned, formless space. As the bird's path in the ether, so their tracks are hard to trace. He whose senses now are tranquil, like a horse by trainer tamed, pride struck off, the taints have vanished. To the very gods is famed, like the solid ground unshaken, like the threshold of a door, like a pool by mud unsullied. Such a saint is born no more. Calm the mind of such a being, calm his thoughts and words and deeds, set free by the perfect knowledge, liberated from life's needs, self-dependent, self-sufficing, knower of the uncreate, who hath loosed the bonds of action, from the chain of births set free. All desires are fallen from him, noblest of all beings he, in the village or the forest, on the water or the ground, where the worthy ones are dwelling, there the earth's delights are found. Ah, delightful are the forests, where the worldling finds no joy. There the passionless find pleasure, whom the senses do not cloy. Chapter 8. The Thousands. Though one's speech be 1,000 words, vain words all strung together, better a single phrase, which calms the one that hears. Though a song have 1,000 words, vain words all strung together, better a single verse, which calms the one that hears. Though one utter 100 songs, vain words all strung together, better one verse of the norm, which brings peace to the hearer. Though one conquer 1,000 times, 1,000 men in battle, who conquers self alone, is the best of conquerors. 'Tis better to conquer self than all this multitude. If one be self-subdued and ever self-controlled, not the gods or demigods, nor the Lord of the world below, nor the God supreme have power to undo his victory. Though one for 100 years, month after month, should pray, with 1,000 offerings, yet if for a moment's space he worship the feet of one, whose self is self-subdued, his worship is better far than his age-long offerings. Though 100 years in the woods, one tend the sacred fire, yet if for a moment's space he worship the feet of one, whose self is self-subdued, such worship is better far than his age-long offerings. Not all the sacrifice that is offered in all the world, for a year with a view to gain, is worth a single quarter of the worship that is paid to the upright holy man, whoso hath reverence. For those advanced in years, 4 blessings thrive for him: life, beauty, bliss, and strength. Though one live 100 years, immoral, uncontrolled, 'tis better to live for a day, moral and well controlled. Though one live 100 years, foolish and uncontrolled, 'tis better to live for a day, wisely and well controlled. Though one live 100 years, listless and lacking zeal. 'tis better to live for a day, while striving manfully, though one live 100 years, blind to the rise and fall. 'Tis better to live for a day, seeing the rise and fall, though one live 100 years, and see not the deathless state. 'Tis better to live for a day, and see the deathless state, though one live 100 years, and see not the norm supreme. 'Tis better to live for a day, and see the norm supreme. Chapter 9. Evil. Haste to do good. Thy thoughts from ill restrain. Sloth in good deeds makes one for evil fain. If thou do ill, cease, and thy sin forego. Take not delight therein. Ill deeds bring woe. If thou do good, thy life in good employ. Take thou delight therein. Good deeds bring joy. Sinners see bliss while their ill deeds are green. When the sin ripens, sorrow then is seen. Good men see ill while their good deeds are green. When the good ripens, happiness is seen. Think not of ill, it cannot be my fate. As drop by drop the water fills the pot, so slowly good men good accumulate. Think not of good, it cannot be my fate. As drop by drop the water fills the pot, so slowly bad men woes accumulate. Just as the lord of some rich caravan, whose guard is scanty, fears the highwayman. As one who loves his life must poison shun. Be wise and guard 'gainst evil deeds begun. Thou mayest poison handle if thy palm contain no wound, whole skin no poison fears. There is no ill for him that doth no harm, who on a harmless creature worketh pain, in whom no fault, in whom no ill is found. Upon that fool his evil deeds rebound. As fine dust cast i' the wind falls back again. Some men by birth a life on earth attain. The wicked go to hell, the good to heaven. But holy saints are never born again. Not in the air nor middle of the sea, nor entering a mountain cave to hide, nor anywhere on earth canst thou abide. Wherefrom thy ill deeds thou canst set thee free, not in the air nor middle of the sea, nor entering a mountain cave to hide, nor anywhere on earth canst thou abide, where death shall not pursue and conquer thee. Chapter 10. Punishment. All beings fear the rod, all fear to die. Regard them as thyself. Strike not nor slay. All beings fear the rod, all love their life. Regard them as thyself. Strike not nor slay. Whoso treats pleasure-loving creatures ill, when he seeks bliss for self, he shall not find it. Whoso treats pleasure-loving creatures well, when he seeks happiness for self shall find it. Use not harsh speech. When harshly spoken to, men may retort. Painful are quarrelings, and punishment may follow thy harsh words. if thou canst keep thy tongue from wagging oft. Silent as some cracked gong, thou hast thereby nibbana won. No brawling is in thee. As with a stick the herdsman drives his kine, so death and age compel the lives of men. The fool in doing ill knows not his folly. His own deeds like a fire the fool consume. He who offends the harmless innocent soon reaches one of these 10 states of woe: sharp pain, disease, or bodily decay, grievous disaster, or a mind distraught, oppression by the king or calumny, loss of relations, loss of all his wealth, his house burned by a thunderbolt or fire. At death, poor fool, he finds rebirth in hell, not nakedness, nor matted hair, nor filth, not fatting long, nor lying on the ground, not dust and dirt, nor squatting on the heels, can cleanse the mortal that is full of doubt, but one that lives a calm and tranquil life, though gaily decked, if tamed, restrained. He live, walking the holy path in righteousness, laying aside all harm to living things, true mendicant, ascetic, Brahman he, who in this world is so restrained by shame, that, like a thoroughbred flicked by the whip, he can think lightly of the lash of blame, by faith and virtue, energy and mind, in perfect balance, searching of the norm, perfect in knowledge and good practices, perfect in concentration of your thoughts. Ye shall strike off this multitude of woes. The cultivators guide the water course, as fletchers straighten out the arrow shaft. The carpenters warp timber to their needs, so righteous men subdue and train themselves. Chapter 11. Old Age. Laugh ye, rejoice ye, when this world is burning? O wrapped in darkness, will ye not seek light? Behold this body decked, a mass of sores, sickly and swayed by multitudinous thoughts, impermanent, unstable, uncomposed, poor worn-out carcass, home of sicknesses, fragile, corrupting mass, mere life in death. What joy to look upon these bleached bones, like useless gourds in autumn thrown aside, a township built of bones and plastered ore, with flesh and blood, the home and dwelling place of age and death, pride and hypocrisy. Just as a royal chariot gaily decked falls to decay, so grows this body old. But truth and norm old age cannot assail. The holy ones indeed know no decay. Just like an ox, the witless man grows old. His flesh grows, but his wits do not increase. Through many a round of birth and death I ran, nor found the builder that I sought. Life's stream is birth and death and birth, with sorrow filled. Now, house builder, thou art seen. No more shalt build. Broken are all thy rafters, split thy beam. All that made up this mortal self is gone. Mind hath slain craving. I have crossed the stream. They who in youth have never trod the way of righteousness, nor garnered wisdom's store. like herons in a fishless pool decay. They who in youth have never trod the way of righteousness, nor garnered wisdom's store, like broken bows, lie weeping their lost day. Chapter 12. The Self. Hast thou regard for self? Then keep thyself well guarded. Be wise and keep good watch for one of the three watches. First ground thyself in fitness. Next another teach. Thus shalt thou wisdom gain, and suffer no reproach. First carry out thyself whate'er thou teachest others. Self-tamed, thou wilt tame another, but self is hard to tame. Self is the lord of self. Who else could be the lord? By taming self, one gains a lord most hard to gain. The evil done by self, self-born and self-begotten, crushes the senseless fool, as a bolt the jar of stone. He who is choked by sins, as a creeper chokes a tree, doth to himself what e'en his foes would have him do. Easy is ill to do, and harmful to oneself. But what is good and wholesome, that is hard to do. Whose rejects the words of noble righteous saints on his own head brings ruin by his perversity, as bamboo trees put forth their fruit and die away. By self is evil done, by self is one defiled. Ill deeds not done by self to self bring purity. Each for himself is pure, each for himself impure. Thou canst not cleanse another man's impurity. Mind thy affairs, not others, however great they be. Right knowledge of one's own brings more prosperity. Chapter 13. The World. Follow not the way unworthy. Live not thou in slothfulness. Let not doctrines false allure thee. Turn thy thoughts from worldliness. Stand, arise. Throw sloth away. Follow the path of righteousness. Happy he who walks aright, here and in the world to come. As a bubble on the water, as a phantom of the sands, him who thus the world despiseth, death the king cannot behold. Lo, this world in all its splendor, like a royal car adorned, wherein many a fool is seated, hath no power to bind the wise. He who formerly was slothful, but is slothful now no more, lighteth up the world with splendor as the moon from clouds released. He who, having once done evil, covers up his ill with good, lighteth up the world with splendor, as the moon from clouds released. All this world is wrapped in darkness. Few be they that are not blind, like the birds that scape the fowler, few be they that go to heaven. Lo, the swans fly on the sun's path, fly by magic through the air. Wise men from the world departing, conquer death and all his hosts. He who by false words transgressing breaks one tittle of the norm, he who future life renounceth every wicked deed will do. Those who covet reach not heaven, fools care not for charity. He who charity approveth reacheth heavenly joy thereby. Rule on earth and joy in heaven, sovereignty of all the worlds. These are all by him transcended, who hath entered on the stream. Chapter 14. The Awakened One. The Awakened One, unconquered conqueror, whose conquest naught in this world can undo, who ranges o'er his boundless sphere untraced. By what tracks can ye lead him to rebirth? Free from the snares of passion's outspread net, the Awakened One, whom longing cannot draw, who ranges o'er his boundless sphere untraced. By what tracks can ye lead him to rebirth? Those sages who, to meditation given, delight in freedom's bliss, with mind controlled. Gods envy them, those all-awakened ones. To gain a birth as man is hard indeed. 'Tis hard to get one's living in the world. Hard is the hearing of the doctrine true. Hardest to be an all-awakened one. Refrain thyself from every evil deed. Stablish thyself in good. Cleanse thine own thoughts. This is the message of the awakened ones. Long sufferance is the best austerity. Nibbana, say the awakened ones, is best. Revile not, harm not, live by rule restrained. Of food take little, sleep and sit alone. In meditation keep thy thoughts controlled. This is the message of the awakened ones. Lust is not sated, though it rain gold coins. Brief is the pleasure, great the pains of lust. Whoso saith this and knows it, he is wise. He finds no pleasure e'en in heaven's delights. He finds his joy in slaying all desire, that follower of the all-awakened ones. Too many a refugee frightened mortals flee, mountains and forests, groves and sacred trees. These are no refuge safe, no sure retreat. By these we are not from all woe released. He who takes refuge in the awakened one, the doctrine and the brotherhood, beholds by right insight the fourfold noble truths, sorrow and sorrow's cause and sorrow's ceasing, the noble eightfold path that leads thereto. This is the refuge safe, the sure retreat. This only from our woes can us release. Hard is that one of noble birth to find. Not born in every land is he. The race wherein that sage is born is prosperous. Blessed is the rising of the awakened ones. Blessed is their teaching of the doctrine true. Blessed is the union of the brotherhood, and blessed to dwell together in unity. The awakened ones and they that follow them, worthy to be adored, have conquered all the hosts of evil, crossed the flood of sorrow. Whoso shall worship them, the worthy ones, in whom desires are quenched and fear allayed, none can declare the merits of that man. Chapter 15. Happiness. Oh, happily we live angerless amid the angry. Oh, happily happily we spend our days amid the angry angerless. Oh, happily we live in health amid the sickly ones. Oh, happily we spend our days amid the sickly ones in health. Oh, happily we live free from greed amid the greedy. Oh, happily we spend our days amid the greedy, free from greed. Oh, happily we live who have not anything at all. Like ever-radiant gods above, our food immortal joys shall be. Hate follows victory. Conquered ones sit sorrowing. But the calm live blissfully, renouncing conquest and defeat. There is no fire like lust. No sin brings such ill luck as hate. No pains so great as body's pains. No bliss is like the perfect calm. Hunger's the greatest plague, embodied life the greatest woe. Whoso knows this into truth can say, Nibbana is the bliss supreme. Health is the greatest gain, contentment is the greatest wealth, best kinsman is the trusty friend. Nibbana is the bliss supreme. Who tastes the savor sweet of solitude, who drinks of calm, is free from terror, free from sin, draining the nectar of the norm. 'Tis good to see the saints. To dwell with them is blessedness. If he should never fools behold, a man could dwell in happiness. The company of fools ne'er fails to bring distress. To live with fools brings suffering, as living with an enemy. But wise men's company brings bliss, as being with dear relatives. If one be good and wise, well versed in lore profound, long-suffering, dutiful, a saint, righteous and wise, if such there be, follow his footsteps as the moon follows the path of the stars. Chapter 16. Affections. He who applies his mind unworthily, neglecting discipline, forsakes the goal and clings to things beloved, then envies those to meditation given. Join not thyself to things beloved or loathed. To lack dear company, to be with those we loathe, brings misery. Seek not for love. Things loved when lost bring woe. Both are impermanent. They have no bonds who dwell indifferent. Sorrow and fear are born of things beloved. From things beloved set free, how canst thou sorrow? Fearful how canst be? From things held dear, sorrow and fear are born. Set free from things held dear, how canst thou sorrow have? How canst have fear? Sorrow and fear are children born of pleasure. No longer pleasure's slave. How canst thou sorrow? Fear how canst thou have? Sorrow and fear are children of desire. From all desire set free, how canst thou sorrow? Fearful how canst be? Sorrow and fear are things of longing born. From longing if thou part, thou hast no fear nor sorrow in thine heart. Upright and norm abiding, speaking truth, who minds his own affair. That is the man whom every one holds dear, in whom is longing for the nameless born, whose mind it hath enthralled, whose thoughts no longer are by passion torn, that man a climber of the stream is called. as when a dweller in some far-off land safe home returns at last. Kin, friends, and lovers waiting to greet him stand. So, when a man on earth good deeds hath done, when he hath passed beyond, all his good deeds like kin await that one. Chapter 17. Anger. Let a man leave anger. Let him forsake pride. Let him overcome all bondage. No sufferings befall the man who is not attached to name and form, and who calls nothing his own. He who holds back rising anger like a rolling chariot, him I call a real driver. Other people are but holding the reins. Let a man overcome anger by love. Let him overcome evil by good. Let him overcome the greedy by liberality, the liar by truth. Speak the truth, do not yield to anger. Give, if thou art asked for little. By these 3 steps thou wilt go near the gods. The sages who injure nobody, and who always control their body, they will go to the unchangeable place, nirvana, where, if they have gone, they will suffer no more. Those who are ever watchful, who study day and night, and who strive after nirvana, their passions will come to an end. This is an old saying, O Atula. This is not only of today. They blame him who sits silent. They blame him who speaks much. They also blame him who says little. There is no one on earth who is not blamed. There never was, there never will be, nor is there now, a man who is always blamed, or a man who is always praised. But to he whom those who discriminate praise continually day after day, as without blemish, wise, rich in knowledge and virtue, who would dare to blame him like a coin made of gold from the Gambu River? Even the gods praise him, he is praised even by Brahman. Beware of bodily anger and control thy body. Leave the sins of the body, and with thy body practice virtue. Beware of the anger of the tongue, and control thy tongue. Leave the sins of the tongue, and practice virtue with thy tongue. Beware of the anger of the mind, and control thy mind. Leave the sins of the mind, and practice virtue with thy mind. The wise who control their body, who control their tongue, the wise who control their mind, are indeed well controlled. Chapter 18. Impurity. Lo, thou art now a pale and withered leaf. Death's messengers are close at hand. Thou in the very gate of death dost stand, and yet hast no provision for the way. Then make thyself an island of defense. Strive quick, be wise. When all the taints of dirt and dust are blown away, the saints shall greet thee entering the happy land. Thy life has run its course. Thou art come nigh the king of death. For thine abode thou hast no resting place upon the road, and yet hast no provision for the way. Then make thyself an island of defense. Strive quick, be wise. Blow off the dust and stains of travel. Wipe away the rust. so shalt thou see no more birth and decay. The wise and thoughtful man attacks his faults, one after other momently, in order due, and rubs them all away. E'en as a smith blows off the silver's dross, just as the iron rust accumulates self-born, and eats itself away. So with the man who sinneth, day by day, his own deeds to destruction lead him on. Texts not repeated oft are soon forgot. The house neglected soon decays. Sloth is the bane of beauty. Heedless ways bring ruin unto him that keepeth watch. The taint of woman is impurity, and gifts by stinginess are spoiled, and mortal man by oft transgression soiled finds ruin here, loss in the life to come. Yet there's a taint far worse than any other. What is that taint? 'Tis ignorance. Make yourselves free from this, O mendicants. Wipe off this stain, and be ye undefiled. Life seems an easy thing to him that lives wanton and shameless as a crow, a fault-finder, who through this life doth go immodest, insolent, and full of sins. But life's no easy thing for one restrained by shame, who seeks to walk aright, all unattached, withdrawn from vulgar sight, who liveth purely and hath eyes to see. He who takes life, whose mouth is full of lies, who steals and fouls another's wife. A slave to drink, he even in this life the root of his own fortunes undermines. O man, I know this, not easy of control are evil ways. Let not thy greed and wickedness, of misery the seed, become thy masters, lest thou suffer long. According to their trust and faith men give. Whoso regards with discontent and jealousy the food for others meant, cannot get peace of mind by night or day. But whoso disregards what others get, whose heart of jealousy is void, in whom the root of envy is destroyed, he gaineth peace of mind by night and day. There is no fire that burneth like desire, no beast like hatred can devour, no snare like folly to entrap hath power, no river flood can carry off like greed. 'Tis easy to perceive another's faults, hard are one's own faults to descry. A man will winnow others' faults like chaff, but as the cheating gambler hides the die, his own faults he conceals right carefully. Whoso is watchful for another's faults, testy and quick to take offense, in him his passions will increase, and thence further is he from cleansing of his sins. The sky path shows no tracks, no outward signs, the treader of the path betray. The multitude in outward shows delay. They who have won the goal are free from all. The sky path shows no tracks, no outward signs, the treader of the path betray. Naught lasts. All things embodied pass away, but naught can shake the all-awakened ones. All-awakened. Chapter 19. The Just. He is not just who arbitrates by will. He who by weighing right and wrong decides, he is a just man called, not by his will, but with impartial mind keeping the norm. Thoughtful who others guides, he is a just man called. One is not wise because his speech is long. Long-suffering and harmless, free from fear, he is a wise man called. Not by much talk doth one uphold the norm. who sees the norm in action, though he be of little learning, strenuous in the norm, 'tis he upholds the norm. Gray hairs do not a man an elder make, though ripe in years, if all his age be vain, he may be dotard called. True, virtuous, harmless, moderate, restrained, was and washed clean of all impurities, he is an elder called. Not by mere talk nor beauty of his form, if he be grudging, greedy, fraudulent, is any reverend called. In whom these faults are cut down, rooted out, who hath cast off his sins, who meditates, that man is reverend called. A shaven crown makes not the samana. If such a one, lying and unrestrained, be full of lust and craving, how can he a samana be called? But if he calm his faults, both great and small, since he all evil ways hath quieted, he is a samana. He is no mendicant who begs his food, not he who begs, but he who keeps the norm. He is a mendicant. He who hath good and evil laid aside, who wisely in this world walks righteously, he is a mendicant. He is no Muni who refrains from speech, if he be foolish and have wandering wits. But he who holds the balance, grasps the real, who's wise to choose the good and leave the bad, who in this world sees both sides, is thereby a Muni truly called. He is no worthy one who creatures harms. By harmlessness to every living thing a man is worthy called, not by mere goodness nor by ceremonies, not by vast knowledge nor by ecstasy, nor by a life retired, nor sleeping lonely, do I touch the bliss of freedom which no worldly one can know. By killing all desire, the mendicant attaineth confidence. Chapter 20. The Path. Best is the eightfold path. Of truths, the four. Dispassion in the best of states sublime. Blessed is he of human beings, who hath eyes to see. This is the way. No other way can lead ye to purify the mind and see the truth. Walk this way, and free yourselves from Mara's host of ills. Tread ye this path, and make an end of sorrow. Tread ye this path, for I myself have shown it after learning how to pluck away the thorns. Strive ye yourselves. Buddhas but preach the way to them that strive. To meditation given. They who walk this way are free from Mara's every bond. All things compounded are impermanent. Whoso sees this with opened inner eye, wearies soon of sorrow. 'Tis the path of purity. All things compounded are of sorrow made. Whoso sees this with opened inner eye, wearies soon of sorrow. 'Tis the path of purity. All states compounded are without a self. Whoso sees this with opened inner eye, wearies soon of sorrow. 'Tis the path of purity. Whoso strives not when it is time to strive, though young and strong, to sloth and folly prone, weak in will and thought, to knowledge never finds the way, who guardeth speech and mind, who doth no wrong with body, making pure the triple way, he shall tread the path of wisdom by the sages shown. Wisdom is born of meditation deep, but lost by mind's distraction. Knowing these two paths of loss and gain, so let him live. Let him so direct his life that wisdom may increase. Cut down trees and undergrowth, and from desire be free. For from this jungle fear of danger's born. Cut it down, O mendicants, and from desire be free. If but a trace there be, however small, of lust of man for woman, as a calf clingeth to its dam, the mind in bondage will be held. Pluck out the love of self with thine own hand, just as the hand an autumn lily plucks. Tread the way of peace declared by him who hath it trod. Here in the rainy season will I dwell, and here in heat and cold. So thinks the fool, little recking of the dangers that may him befall. Care-stricken, with his thoughts of sons and flocks attached to life, death comes and seizes him, as a sleeping village by a flood is swept away. Not all his sons have power to guard that man. No sire, no kinsman can protect him now. How can kinsman aught avail him in the grasp of death? The wise man, when he sees the truth of this, restrained by righteous living in the norm, soon will clear the path that leadeth unto perfect bliss. Chapter 21. Divers Verses. If, in giving up slight pleasure, thou a greater bliss discern, leave the lesser gain, and wisely to the greater profit turn. He who causeth pain to others, seeking his own selfish bliss, by the bonds of hate encumbered, hatred never can dismiss. Those who disregard their duty, doing what should not be done, insolent and negligent in evil doing, more and more corrupt become. They who mounting guard on body, ceaseless watch and ward preserve, they who others' things neglecting, from their duty never swerve, they who, self-controlled, aspire, concentrate in every nerve, reach destruction of desire. Slaying father, slaying mother, with two kings of warrior fame, and a realm with all its subjects. Brahmanas go free from blame. Slaying father, slaying mother, with two kings of saintly name, and a fifth preeminent, Brahmanas go free from blame. They who, watchful night and day, on the Buddha meditate, are followers of Gautama. They who watchful night and day, on the Dhamma meditate, are followers of Gautama. They who, watchful night and day, on the Sangha meditate, are followers of Gautama. They who, watchful night and day, on the body meditate, are followers of Gautama. They who, watchful night and day, take delight in harmlessness, are followers of Gautama. They who, watchful night and day, take delight in ecstasy, are followers of Gautama. Oh, 'tis hard to give the world up, yet the lonely life is hard, painful. 'Tis to dwell in houses with the uncongenial, painful traveling to and fro. Cease to be a traveler. Cease to be beset with pain. Faithful and of good repute, full of honor and renown, he is reverenced and honored, wheresoe'er he choose to dwell. Holy saints are far resplendent like the peaks Himalayan, like the shaft that flies in darkness. Wicked men are never seen. Lonely, sitting, lying lonely, act alone and strenuous. Taming self alone, rejoice thee in the ending of desire. Chapter 22. The Evil Way. The liar reaches hell, and he who says he did not what he did. Both are the same hereafter, men of crooked ways. And many a one to the yellow gown who wears, wicked and uncontrolled, by reason of his evil deeds in hell appears. Better for him who lives unworthily, a red-hot ball to swallow, than eat the food the country gives in charity. For states of ill to reckless men I tell, who seek the wives of others, ill luck, a restless bed, an evil name and hell. Ill luck, the evil way, short-lived delight, a fearful man with timid woman spent, and from the king a grievous punishment. Let these four evils all adulterers affright, just as a blade of grass not handled well will cut the hand that grasps, so doth the ascetic's life ill-handled lead to hell. Deeds done with sluggishness, the broken vow, the saintly life befouled. Such evil deeds as these small recompense bestow. Act thou with energy, if act thou must. The careless mendicant doth but stir up a denser cloud of passion's dust. Leave evil deeds which afterwards bring pain. Better to do the good, for when 'tis done, that deed no sorrow brings again. Just as a frontier town that's guarded well, which ramparts well defend on every side, so guard thyself, let not a moment slide. Time-wasters suffer sorrow when consigned to hell. They who feel shame, where shame there should be none, shameless where shame should be, embracing doctrines false, down the ill path have gone. They who feel fear, where fear there should be none, fearless when they should fear, embracing doctrines false, down the ill path have gone. They who see sin, where sin there can be none, who see no harm in sin, embracing doctrines false, down the ill path have gone. They who know sin as sin, and right as right, embracing doctrines true, those beings enter on the path of true delight. Chapter 23. The Elephant. As an elephant in battle bears the arrows at him hurled, I must bear men's bitter tongues. For very evil is the world. Tamed, they lead him into battle. Tamed, the king his back ascends. Tamed is he the best of beings, whom no bitter speech offends. Good are well-tamed mules, and good are Indian steeds of lineage famed. Good indeed the mighty tusker, best of all the man self-tamed. Yet such mounts cannot avail us, cannot be Nibbana's guide. We can only reach the pathless on the self-tamed self astride. With the must from temples streaming, mighty Dhammapada captive tastes no food, but longeth to the Naga grove to go. Sluggish, gluttonous, and sleepy, wallowing idly to and fro, like a huge and grain-fed hog, a fool again to birth must go. Once this mind roamed as it listed, as it pleaded a wandering went. As the holder of the ankus checks the furious elephant, now with wisdom I'll restrain it, guide it wholly to my bent. Take delight in earnestness, watch thy thoughts and never tire. Lift thee from the path of evil, like the tusker sunk in mire. Hast thou found a fellow traveler, upright, firm, intelligent? Leaving all thy cares behind thee, gladly walk with him intent. Hast thou found no fellow traveler, upright, firm, intelligent? As a king deserts his borders, by the enemy pursued, like the tusker in the forest, go thy way in solitude. Better is the lonely life, for fools companions cannot be. Live alone and do no evil, live alone with scanty needs. Lonely, as the mighty tusker in the forest lonely feeds. Sweet are friends when need ariseth, sweet is joy whate'er it be, sweet the blessing of life's ending, sweet to be from sorrow free, sweet it is to be a mother, sweet the lot of fatherhood, sweet the life of holy hermits, sweet the life of Brahmins good, sweet is growing old in goodness, sweet is faith established, sweet to gain the prize of wisdom when desire for sin is dead. Chapter 24. Craving. Even as a creeper groweth, creatures that are indolent find their craving ever grow. Like a monkey in the forest, seeking fruit from bough to bough, so they wander to and fro. He who yields to sordid craving, that through all the world doth go, like the gadding vine that spreadeth, that man's sorrows ever grow. He who quiets sordid craving, hard in this world to allay, like the dewdrop from the lotus, all his sorrows fall away. Lo, to all of ye assembled, this the good advice I tell. Dig ye up the root of craving, as men dig the scented grass. Let not death so oft assail ye, even as the rushing torrent o'er the river reeds doth pass. If the root be still uninjured, trees cut down will spring again. If the root of craving liveth, still there is rebirth of pain. When the 36 currents bring one under pleasure's sway, thoughts, like waves, with passion surging, sweep him all confused away. Everywhere those streams are flowing. Now the creeper of desire plants its roots and standeth fast. Cut it ere it riseth higher. Cut it with the axe of wisdom. Root the creeper up at last. Restless, wanton is men's craving. They who wander to and fro in the restless search for pleasure, birth, and death must undergo. They who in the trap of craving, like a hare run to and fro, by the fetter's bonds entangled, long must sorrow undergo. Beings in the trap of craving, like a hare run to and fro. Mendicants who hope for freedom must their passions all forego. Whoso, free from human passions, jungle wards to run is fain. who, from lust emancipated, to his lust runs back again. Lo, the man infatuated plunges into bonds of pain, not by ties of wood or iron, nor of rope, the wise men say, are men held in bondage strong, but for jewels, wives and children, they who passionately crave, they are held in bondage long. But the downward dragging chain, yielding, hard to loose again, this is bondage real, they say. Who this chain of craving breaks, free from lust, the world forsakes. They who yield to their desires down the stream of craving swim. As we see the spider run in the net himself hath spun. Wise men cut the net and go free from craving, free from woe. Loose all behind, between, before. Cross thou unto the other shore. With thy mind on all sides free birth, and death no more shalt see. He whose mind is tossed with doubt, seeing bliss in passion's surge, makes his craving grow the longer, rivets all his bonds the stronger. He who joys in calming doubt and the loathsome contemplates, soon will Mara's bondage leave, every fetter soon will cleave. He who hath attained the goal, fearless, free from lust and sin, who hath plucked out every thorn, never more will be reborn. Free from lust, to nothing clinging, who is skillful to interpret all the wealth of sacred lore, all the mass of letters knowing, whether after or before. This indeed is his last body, he's a master of the wisdom, mighty being, he indeed is born no more. Conqueror of all am I, knowing all, from all conditions of existence I am free. By the slaying of desire I have ended craving's fire. Who could then my teacher be? I have now forsaken all, I myself, by mine own knowledge. Whom should I my teacher call? To give the norm all gifts transcends. To taste the norm is sweetest far. No joy can with its joy compare. Who raving slays all sorrow ends. Wealth harms the fool, not him who runs to win the goal intent. By lust of wealth, the fool harms self with harm for others meant. Weeds are the ruin of the fields. This world by lust is spoiled. Then great the fruit of gifts to those by lust who are not soiled. Weeds are the ruin of the fields. This world is spoiled by hate. To those by hatred undefiled, the fruit of gifts is great. Weeds are the ruin of the fields. Deluded are mankind. Then great the fruit of gifts to those whom folly doth not blind. Weeds are the ruin of the fields. Craving pollutes the world. Then great the fruit of gifts to those by craving not enthralled. Chapter 25. The Mendicant. Good is restraint of eye and ear, of nose and tongue, of body, speech, and mind. Restraint is good in every way. The mendicant restrained all sorrow casts away. In hand and foot and speech whoso is self-restrained, whoso to ponder inwardly delights, who liveth lonely and is well content, him men call mendicant. Whoso controls his lips and words of wisdom speaks is not puffed up, who can elucidate the meaning and the essence of the norm. Pleasant is he to hear, who dwelleth in the norm, and in the norm delights, who searcheth out and well remembers it. From the true norm that steadfast mendicant will never fall away. Let him not think of little worth the alms he gains, nor jealous be of alms to others given. For whoso envies other mendicants wins not tranquillity, though small the part of charity that falls to him. Whoso despiseth not the alms he gains, if he live clean, not given to slothfulness, e'en by the gods is praised. Whoso hath neither part nor lot in name and form, who saith not, This is I, or This is mine, and grieveth not for what existeth not, a mendicant is called. Whoso in friendly wise with all mankind abides, firm in the teaching of the awakened one, reaches the bliss where all conditions cease, reaches the state of peace. O mendicants, bail out the water from this boat. Swift will it go when from this burden freed. Of passion and of hatred cut the root. Then shalt thou reach the peace. Cut off the 5, desert the 5. The 5 subdue. That mendicant, who from the fetters 5 hath freed himself at last, by men is called a crosser of the stream. O mendicant, be meditative, let not sloth, let not thy passions toss thee to and fro. Lest, swallowing the ball, thou burning cry, Ah, this is suffering. Who hath no wisdom cannot ecstasy attain. Who knows not ecstasy, no wisdom gains. Whoso both ecstasy and wisdom hath, unto the peace is nigh. The mendicant, whose mind hath gained tranquillity, when he hath entered on his empty cell, hath joy beyond man's power to tell, for he the truth discerneth well. Soon as he grasps the rise and fall of elements, such pleasure and delight thereby he wins as falls to them that rightly know the state of immortality. Let the wise mendicant in this world thus begin. Guard thou thy senses. Next, with mind content, by discipline restrained, seek noble friends who zealous live and pure, and by the laws of friendship act, live perfectly, and upright walk according to the norm. Then in the fullness of thy joy thou shalt an end of suffering make. O mendicants, just as the snow-white Vasika, the jasmine putting forth fresh blooms today, sheds down the withered blooms of yesterday, so shed ye lust and hate. Tranquil in body, speech and mind, O mendicants, whoso in every way is well restrained, who all this world's desires hath thrown aside, he is the tranquil called. Rouse thou the self, by self examine self. Thus guarded by the self, and with thy mind intent and watchful, thus, O mendicant, thou shalt live happily. Yea, self is guard of self, and refuge takes in self. Just as a dealer trains a thoroughbred, a noble steed, and breaks him to the rein, so do thou self-restrain. That mendicant, with utter joy and gladness filled, firm in the teaching of the awakened one, reaches the bliss where all conditions cease, reaches the state of peace. Lo ye, a mendicant, though young he be, that strives to grasp the teaching of the awakened one, lights up the world, as from a cloud released the moon lights up the night. Chapter 26. The Brahmana. Cut off the stream, O Brahmana. Right manfully. Repel desires. When thou hast known the end of things conditioned, thou shalt be a knower of the uncreate. When by the twofold law, restraint and ecstasy, by virtue of the knowledge he hath gained, the Brahmana hath crossed the stream, then every fetter falls away. Whoso the stream hath crossed and from this shore hath passed, free from all cares, unfettered, one to whom this shore and that alike are not, him I deem a Brahmana. Whoso dwells meditative, passionless, and free from all taints, his course hath run. Whoso hath won the highest goal, him I deem a Brahmana. One who is rid of evil is a Brahmana. Samana is one who tranquil hath become, gone forth from all impurity. The hermit is Pabajja called. Let not a Brahmana assail a Brahmana, nor let him with the assailant angry be. Woe to the striker! Greater woe to him that, stricken, strikes again. No little profit cometh to the Brahmana, who hath his mind from pleasant things restrained. Soon as the lust to harm is gone, all sorrowing is laid to rest. Whoso offendeth not in thought and word and deed, in whom no evil from these three is seen, whoso is in these three controlled, him I deem a Brahmana. If there be one from whom thou canst obtain the norm which he, the all-awakened one, declared, revere him, as a Brahmana the sacrificial fire reveres. Not matted hair, nor caste, nor noble birth can make the Brahmana. But he that knows the truth and knows the norm is blessed indeed, and him I deem a Brahmana. Of what avail to thee, O fool, is matted hair, and what avails thy garment made of skins? The outer part thou makest clean, but all is ravening within. Whoso wears rags from dust heaps picked, whoso is lean, with veins o'erspread, who in the jungle dwells and meditates in loneliness, him I deem a Brahmana. One is not Brahmana because of race or birth. Hail fellow is such called, and riches hath. Possessing naught, free from desire, is one I call a Brahmana. Whoso hath cut all fetters off, and hath no fear of what may him befall. Whoso from bonds and all attachments is released, is one I call a Brahmana. He who hath cut the strap, the leathern thong, the ropes, and all thereto pertaining, and the bar hath lifted, him, the awakened one, him I deem a Brahmana. He who endures, though innocent of all offense, abuse and blows and e'en imprisonment with patience strong, a host in strength, him I deem a Brahmana. Who hath no anger, who to all his vows is true, upright in life, from passion free, subdued, no more on earth to be reborn, him I deem a Brahmana. Who like a dewdrop on a lotus lily leaf, or seed of mustard on a needle's point, clings not to any worldly bliss, him I deem a Brahmana. Who knoweth even in this world his sorrow's end, who bath laid down the burden of desire, emancipated from his bonds. Him I deem a Brahmana. Whoso is deep in wisdom and intelligence, who can with skill discern the right and wrong, who hath attained the highest goal. Him I deem a Brahmana. Whoso with householders and wanderers alike a small dealings hath, who lives the homeless life, a mendicant of scanty needs, him I deem a Brahmana. Whoso withholds the rod of painful punishment from living creatures, be they weak or strong, who neither strikes nor makes to strike, him I deem a Brahmana. Whoso forbearance hath to those that hinder him, and to the angry showeth gentleness, among the greedy without greed, him I deem a Brahmana. From whom all anger, hate, hypocrisy, and pride have fallen away, as from a needle's point a grain of mustard seed falls off, him I deem a Brahmana. Gentle in ways and apt to teach his fellow men, whoso will utter truth, and naught but truth, whoso in speech offendeth not, him I deem a Brahmana. He that takes nothing in this world that is not given, whatever it may be, or great or small, or long or short, or good or bad, him I deem a Brahmana. In whom is seen no more the longing of desire for this world or beyond, who hath no lust, who hath no fetters any more, him I deem a Brahmana. In whom is seen no craving, who, because he knows, asks not in doubt the how or why, for he hath reached Nibbana's peace profound, him I deem a Brahmana. Whoso on earth hath passed beyond the opposites of good and evil, and is free from grief, from passion and impurity, him I deem a Brahmana. Who, like the moon on high, is stainless, pure, and calm, translucent and serene, who hath restrained the rise of all delightful states, him I deem a Brahmana. Whoso hath trod the hard and muddy road of births, hath crossed delusion, reached the other shore, nor lusts, nor doubts, grasps not, is calm, him I deem a Brahmana. Who homeless wanders through this world, a mendicant, abandoning desires, who hath restrained the rise of sensual delight, him I deem a Brahmana. Who homeless wanders through this world a mendicant, abandoning his lust, who hath restrained the rise of craving and desire, him I deem a Brahmana. Whoso hath left behind all ties that bind on earth, and e'en the heavenly world transcended hath, whoso from every tie is free, him I deem a Brahmana. Who joy and pain hath left, who from the heat of life is cooled, and hath no basis of rebirth, heroic conqueror of the worlds, him I deem a Brahmana. Who knows the rise and fall of things in birth and death, who is not of the world, who hath the path well trod, who hath become awake, him I deem a Brahmana. Whose passage hence the gods themselves cannot discern, nor demigods nor men, a worthy one in whom the passions are subdued, him I deem a Brahmana. To whom pertaineth naught of past or future things, or of the present. One who owneth not, who hath no wish for anything, him I deem a Brahmana. Dauntless, preeminent, heroic mighty seer, the conqueror, desireless one made clean, whose eyes have opened to the light, him I deem a Brahmana, who knows his former births, who sees both heaven and hell, who now at last hath reached the end of births. Perfect in knowledge he who hath done all things well, that sage I call a Brahmana. We have completed the Dhammapada, the Buddha's path of wisdom, a journey of insight, reflection, and deep understanding. I trust that these teachings have sparked something within you, a seed of thought that will continue to grow. Now, let us move beyond Fyen and enter the realm of stillness. I invite you to join me in 3 hours of meditative, relaxing music. Let the sound guide your thoughts, allowing the wisdom we have absorbed today to settle like a gentle stream flowing into the vast ocean of consciousness. True understanding arises not just from learning, but from contemplation. Let us sit, breathe, and let the teachings of this great book resonate within us.